Hi, I'm Damyanti, and welcome to my kitchen in Cape Town, South Africa. I believe we're doing a Super Saturday event next Saturday on office hours. Quite exciting. So I'm cooking Mexican green rice for the event, and I'd like to go through the ingredients with you. So for the Mexican green rice, we are going to need 1.5 cups of long grain rice. We're cooking it in 3 cups of vegetable stock. We've got some greens. I've got some parsley, mint, coriander, and Swiss chard. We're flavoring it with salt, pepper, some garlic, and right at the end of the dish, we're going to add coconut milk. I've got some chopped onion, which I'm going to saute in olive oil. And I look forward to the Super Saturday cook along next Saturday.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Super Saturday Cooking Together episode. And today is going to be extra special with the community shows coming together for one day. It's a celebration of the year and all of the amazing work that the community has achieved. Here's a rundown of the schedule for today, and all times are in Pacific time. 11 a.m. now, we're going to be cooking with Damyanti Gajjar. At noon, Todd Reynolds live. 1 p.m., Accidental Theater live. And 2 p.m., conversations with Tony Mobley. Tony will be talking to Hasmukh Gajjar, Todd Reynolds, and Richard Lavery. And now we're going to start cooking. So cooking along today with us is Alex Lindsay, Dennis Champion Walker, and don't forget to ask questions. And we're going to be answering them live during the show. And now Damyanti is going to be showing us how she makes her Mexican rice. So Damyanti, why don't you take it away?
Thanks, Shannon. So at long last, we are at this Super Saturday event. I know there's been a lot of excitement in our household around it. So we're making the Mexican green rice today. And I have a confession. I'm not sure why I called it Mexican. So I think maybe I must have served it when I first made the dish with some accompaniments that went with Mexican food. So just something that I wanted to put out there. We need rice, jasmine or long grain rice, 1.5 cups. I've got my greens, and I just walked around the garden and picked what I had because it's such a good way of incorporating your greens into a dish. So I've got some mint, I've got celery, I've got my Swiss chard, I've got coriander. So as I said, well, in the recipe, you've got your Swiss chard, you've got parsley, and you've got coriander. And even the quantities one uses for this dish are also, you don't have to really stick to the amounts that I specified. As I said, you'll see once the dish comes together, it all actually just incorporates into the rice really well. So we've got the stock, we've got the coconut milk, we've got salt, pepper, the garlic, and an onion. So what we need to first do, I think, is process the greens with a little bit of the stock, just so that we have it ready when we put the onions into saute and make them translucent, and then add the garlic. So Alex, your food process is coming into great use.
It's here. It's ready to go. I'm excited about it. Here's the, oops, the wrong one there. There's I guess you can't quite see it there. There we go. There's the food processor here. So I've been using it quite a bit now.
Cool. So I'm going to just roughly chop the greens because they don't need to be too fine if they're going into the food processor. The food processor is going to do the work for us.
Okay, great. So you're just cutting, and do you keep for the chard? Do you keep the stock or the stalks?
You've got quite a bit of stalk, so maybe you can take a little off.
And you said it's about 5 of these?
Yes, yours are bigger than mine, but that's absolutely fine.
And Alex, save your stock, because the stalks of the chard, because you can make a stock with them.
Oh, right.
Correct. You're so good at that, Shannon. I'm a bit lazy. I buy my vegetable powder and make stock out of a good stock of powder.
You know, it's just a habit. It's become a habit.
It's such a great habit, I think, because you don't waste your greens then.
Yeah, I mean, you think about so much of what you're cooking with, you throw away. And now all of a sudden it's, you're not throwing that away, and you're creating something that's really good for you and it's flavorful. So I feel guilty when I don't do it.
Yes, because it's become such a lovely habit for you.
Yeah.
So I've got my greens in my food processor. How are you all doing?
Good. I had jumbo leaves.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm still without the food processor, so I've got a lot of shopping to do.
And am I just putting in the chard, or do I put in
everything?
Everything.
Yep.
Oh, the parsley and the
whole bang shoot.
Can you remind us on how much to put in of the other things?
All in all, it's roughly probably about 1.5 to 2 cups chopped.
Chopped.
So
okay.
I think we're going to just wing it with,
Well, I guess we can, if it looks like too much after it's been chopped up, we don't have to add it all, correct?
No.
And you're
no.
putting parsley in there as well, right? So it's a little bit of cilantro and some parsley.
Yes, correct. I know Dennis has to furiously chop his because he doesn't have a food processor. But I said it will give lovely texture, so it doesn't really matter.
So are we going to wait for Dennis to chop, or are we?
No, we're going to start. We're going to blend a little.
Okay.
I'm going to blend it dry initially and then add a little stock. We're not going to add all the stock. Let's just get it cutting and then we'll add some of the stock to it.
Should we pulse it?
Yes.
I added a little bit of stock already.
Yeah,
Hopefully
that's fine. That's fine.
Okay.
We'll have to mute just while we're doing this. So I'm now adding a little bit of the stock.
Now mine just started, it just kind of stuck. Should I put more?
I think you need some stock in there, Alex.
Okay, got it. And how much do you add?
Add about half a cup. And in the recipe, I said add the coconut milk at the end, but I'm going to actually put a little in my greens. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I think it'll be quite nice.
And is it ultimately 3 cups of stock, or
it's
2 cups?
Shannon, it's 2 cups of stock and a cup of coconut milk. I slightly changed the ratio because I like the creaminess. And then if it doesn't cook in the 3 cups, then we will add a little bit more as we go.
Okay.
Alex, once you add the liquid, you can, you don't have to just pulse. You can actually let it go because it is going to be nice and fine when it cooks. Unless you want a bit of...
Just go ahead and hit on and just let it run?
Yeah, just for a little while, not so it's totally pureed. You want a little bit of texture.
So is this too much texture?
I can't see, Shannon. It's not going to matter ultimately, because then you'll see the leaves in the rice. So I'm ready to switch off my processor. I'm happy with the mixture. Dennis, are you doing well?
I'm working on the parsley at the moment.
I have like one leaf that just doesn't want to get.
You'll have to just push it down with a spatula.
I have one leaf that just doesn't want to get in there. I can see that I probably should have cut it a little bit more than I did.
I feel like I want to under pulse, not over pulse.
Sure.
I feel like if I over pulse, I can't get it back. And I'm curious as to what's going to happen. And maybe next time when I make it, if I didn't pulse it enough,
you can adjust.
I can adjust.
Yes.
Because I like a little bit of that texture.
And the stalks also look really nice in the rice.
Well, mine's pretty processed.
So how much? So I've added a half a cup. Do we want to add more stock at this point?
Shannon, we are going to add at least about 2 cups of liquid to the rice once we've sauteed the onion and the rice and the garlic, and then bring it to the boil. So how much I just wanted to put a bit of stock or liquid in here just to get the machine to process the veggies. Yes.
Got it. Understood.
Okay. Are we ready to peel and chop the onion?
We are.
We are. In the meantime, Alex, are there any questions?
I need a minute for that. Give me 1 second.
Okay.
Dennis,
would you chopping my coriander now?
Okay. Would you like us to wait before we chop the onion?
Yeah, I should be done in about a minute or so.
Sure. Any questions?
I'm working on that real quick. Give me 1 second.
Okay. So as I said, I've used soup celery instead of parsley today because I made this dish the other day and I really like the flavor. And I've got a lot of celery in the garden. So I'm sure you could add other greens in here. And I was even thinking about fresh peas would be delicious in here as well. I tend to keep everything green. I like the fact that it's a green rice. So, Dennis, yeah, you're doing very well with your chopping.
Yep, I'm pretty much there, I think.
Yep, you caught up with us.
Catch all the stray bits. Right, and so I wanted some stock in that, didn't I?
Sure. Or you can add the stock and that together once we do the rice, if you want to do that too. You don't have to put the stock in there.
Right, okay, I'll leave that until a little later then.
Sure. So we're going to peel an onion.
And Damyanti, does it matter if it's yellow, white, or red?
I'm using a yellow one.
Okay.
I just think when you're cooking, like you said the other day, the yellow ones do well when you're cooking.
Yeah.
And the red, I think the red is nice when you're just lightly sauteing it, or even for salad. The white, I must say, I'm not that familiar, but is white mostly used for salad?
No, I mean, I cook a lot with white onions. I tend to cook mostly with yellow if I'm going to cook it.
Yes. Yes.
But and when I make salsas, raw salsas, I tend to use white onion. Now my onion's quite large, and do we want to? Is there a kind of a cup ratio that we're looking for?
A cup would do great. Yes.
A cup. Okay, I'd probably get more than a cup out of this onion, so I'm going to start with a half.
Yes. Yes. That will be good.
And we're dicing it.
Must I move it?
Damyanti, we're dicing the onion.
We're dicing the onion, yes. I don't see Alex.
Sorry there, just trying to get these questions up. I have a little technical issue here.
Okay.
We have one question coming in, and for the folks on the back end, you'll have to move them to my host view. But we have one question coming in. It just says quick cooking questions here from Kyle Hammond. But for the folks on the back end, you'll have to move those to. I can't see the other ones. So.
Yeah, my onion, Damyanti, it would be about 2 cups. So I'm going to use half.
That may be too much, Shannon. So we may need to wait for Alex because he's busy with things.
I'm pretty fast. So I'm sorry. So it's onion, right?
Yes, please.
So this is
Alex, but I noted that my onion, it's about a cup. So if you have a really large onion, you might not want to use the whole thing. There were just mega onions at the store.
So once we've chopped the onion, I'm going to put the saucepan on the flame with some olive oil.
And can you tell us about how much olive oil?
A tablespoon at least.
Tablespoon at least. Got it.
And I sometimes make this dish with coconut oil. It works very well in here. So you could alternate if you wanted a bit of a change with coconut oil. And that would also be about a tablespoon.
It seems like that would give it a little bit of an extra
flavor, especially seeing that you're adding coconut milk. Yes. That would work very well. So if you've chopped your onions, we're going to add the onions to the olive oil.
Okay, I'm doing that now.
one of the things I've gotten in the habit of is putting my my pan on low heat when I start just prepping,
Yes.
so that I have kind of a distributed, it's already hot, really low, just so it's already hot and it's distributed across the entire pan as opposed to being hot just over the burner.
Yeah. Well, these pots here are called AMC pots. They're stainless steel and they have quite a lovely base that retains heat. So strictly speaking, I would put this on the heat, feel the lid. If the lid is warm, then only put my oil in. But when I'm doing these cook-alongs, I'm using this little gas burner, and it seems to heat far quicker than my glass top stove. So that is why today I thought I'm not going to wait for it to heat up. It gets too hot, even on a low heat. So have we all added our onions? Oh, I see, Alex, you're still chopping.
I'm done chopping. I'm just putting them in.
Okay. And Shannon, your onions in?
They are in and they're sizzling.
Okay. And Dennis?
Yes, my onions are in and I am waiting for the pan to heat up.
Okay, good. We're putting garlic. We're adding garlic when the onions are lightly translucent. And I made some garlic paste, but if you haven't, you need to peel about 3 cloves of garlic.
3 cloves?
But I know from past experience that your cloves are usually very big. If they're very big, then 2. It should make a teaspoon of the garlic paste once you've crushed it.
My garlic cloves are little again.
Oh, okay.
It fluctuates.
When I made this rice the other day, I found that the garlic was, I couldn't taste the garlic in it. So then I decided that I'm rather going to give a spoon measure once it's crushed. So you have a little more garlic in it. And because the only flavors are the flavors of the greens that you have in here and your garlic, salt, and pepper. And I'm sure if you like mild chilies, you could add some chopped chili to this. It would also work. But I'm not adding chilies. I'm not adding chilies today.
So I just wanted to check, Damyanti, if this is enough garlic.
You've got 2 cloves, Dennis.
Yeah, one of them's pretty big.
Yeah, that should do work. That should work, yeah.
Great.
Do you like the taste of garlic?
I do.
Okay.
Yes, I very much enjoyed the bean subsea we made last time I was on.
Okay.
And I'm giving my onions a little stir so they don't stick.
Yes, yes, we need to just, yes.
And
lower your heat if you can, Shannon.
Yeah.
Then, Alex, you had a question?
And we want to crush these like
Yes.
cut them up and then crush them?
Yes. You can just crush it with your knife.
Okay.
You don't have to, yeah. If you hold
Is
your
there
knife.
any problem when you have a little bit of green coming out of your garlic? It's like ready to grow?
No, it's fine.
And anytime I'm going to crush garlic, I always add a little salt because I find that
Yes, it makes it easier.
it makes it easier.
And Alex, if you next time get a garlic with a little stalk coming out or sprout, you can also pop that in your soil.
Yeah.
Because then you'll have garlic chives.
It's amazing.
Alex, now you're going to have lemongrass, onions, and
All
garlic.
this cooking is going to build up a whole garden. I got one of those hydroponic ones that or I was given it for my birthday, and it first started off, I was like, oh, these are just a handful of seeds, and now it's become a thing. I got to figure out how to use all that basil and dill.
Oh, you'll have to make pesto.
Yes.
or dry it. Get a food dehydrator, Alex.
Right.
Actually, Alex, you could next time add basil in this rice.
Sorry, say what?
You
I
could
could add
add
some
a bit
basil
of
in the rice?
basil. Yep. Yeah. So I'm ready to add my garlic to the onion because mine is now lightly translucent.
Okay, I'm going to add mine as well. It looks like it's about a tablespoon.
Not tablespoon, teaspoon.
I mean teaspoon. Sorry.
Oh,
Yes.
You almost gave me a heart attack here.
Sorry.
Sorry, a teaspoon of, say that
Measure
again?
it just in case.
Just to keep some proportion, yes?
But you said a teaspoon of the garlic?
Crushed garlic, yes.
But if
So
you really
here's
like
my-
garlic, we could put more in.
Here's
Sorry,
my
what?
onion, Damyanti.
Yes. You can saute it a little more, Dennis.
Mhm.
Before saute it a little more before you add your onion, your garlic, if you haven't added it.
And we have a question from Roscoe. He says, do you have a favorite olive oil, virgin, refined, or pure?
I'm using virgin.
Mhm.
I'm quite fortunate. There's a producer who actually delivers a 5 liter to my door. So I'm very, very.
Wow.
That is luxurious.
It is, and it's a very, very good quality olive oil. And I sometimes wonder, is she doing me a favor? Or is this a regular business practice? Because it's one of the top 10 best olive oils in the country. So I know I'm getting a good product, but this person is so sweet. She actually delivers it to my door, and she doesn't live close by.
Wow.
While this onion is on a low heat, in fact, I've switched mine off. We can wash the rice because we're going to add the rice to the onion and garlic now.
And that was 1.5 cups of rice.
Correct.
Now, could you use another rice other than jasmine?
Shannon, if you use something like a basmati,
Yeah.
it would work. This jasmine rice gives you quite a soft texture. If you like loose grain rice, then use basmati. This one is not going to be a loose grain texture. And I usually wash my rice until the water is clear. So it's about twice.
I suppose you could use just a regular, just a long grain rice as well.
Yes, it is a long grain rice, yes.
But I love the flavor of jasmine. The scent of it is so nice.
Yes. So once you've washed the rice, you can add it to your onion.
So I will add my garlic first.
Yes. You want, Dennis, you want to be able to get a fragrance of the garlic before you add the rice.
Okay.
Okay, we're adding the rice.
Yes. I'm just waiting for Dennis. I've added my rice, but I've switched off my heat.
So no heat, but go ahead and add the rice in.
Sure. You can keep a low heat. I'm just waiting for Dennis to add his garlic.
My garlic is in.
Okay. Can you smell it?
I'm beginning to, yes.
Sure. Then you can add, then we can all have our rice added to the
And
saucepan.
should we just kind of mix it around with everything else?
Yes. Yes, please. It's almost like you're making risotto.
And can you talk about the reason for washing the rice?
You know, I think it's in packaging. Sometimes you do get a little bit of fine dust, but other than that, there shouldn't be any reason for washing it. If it's very clear, some people feel that there's a bit of starch, and by washing it, you're getting rid of that.
Yeah, I find that if I wash it, it seems less starchy. But then I use a lot of different types of rice, so
Yes.
I haven't really thought about the result after a certain type of rice.
Yeah. I mean, when you wash
should we have
it.
added any more of the broth or?
So now, once you've added the rice and stirred it into the onion, we're going to add all the processed vegetables and the broth.
And should we add one in front of the other one?
We can add it all together. It doesn't really make a difference.
Okay.
So
That's all of the vegetable stock going in now, yeah?
how many cups have you got, Dennis?
Well, I don't have cup markers on my jug. It's about 400 milliliters.
400. So let's just put most of it, keep like a quarter of that aside, because I'll tell you why I'm asking you to do that. Some rice will absorb more or less than other rices. So it's just that you don't want a stodgy rice at the end of the cooking. So you can rather add later on in the process.
And approximately how much, at this point, how much of the coconut and vegetable broth should
You
be
mean
added?
the stock? So you can add all the, I'm adding all my stock in my broth because I measured a little less than the 2 cups that I mentioned.
So since we already put a half a cup in, we're going to put another cup and a half
Another
in.
cup. You can put a cup.
That's just of the stock, right?
Yeah.
And
Just
then
put Alex, put a cup in, and then you can add all your coconut milk and rather hang on to that broth in case you need more liquid later on.
Okay. And then how much coconut again?
1 cup of coconut milk.
One cup of coconut.
So that would be a bit less than 200 ml, wouldn't it?
1 cup is 250 mils.
Oh, right. Okay.
And then keep your heat at a medium temperature.
I made a huge mess with my coconut milk. I made a big mess with my coconut milk.
What happened? Was it lumpy, Shannon?
Yeah,
That's what happens, and the blob goes in, hey?
Yeah, that's what happened.
Yeah.
Yeah, mine, I shook mine vigorously, but it didn't do anything. When I opened it, there was still quite a lot of cream on the top. So I've given it a bit of a stir and I'm mixing it in now.
Okay.
Now, I did find, by the way, the halloumi cheese.
Yes.
I've never seen it before. I didn't even know it existed. So
halloumi is absolutely fantastic.
You are going to be addicted.
And it's amazing.
You can grill it, Alex.
That's
okay.
I think that almost every single time we do this, there's some ingredient. I'm like, I've never done that before.
So if we've added our liquid to the rice, we need to add salt.
And you said salt to taste, but what does that actually mean? Like
in that quantity, you'll need 1 teaspoon, Alex.
Okay, great.
And a half a teaspoon of pepper.
And Alex, I always taste when I do salt like this, even with rice, I still taste the broth to make sure.
Yes, correct. So I just want to go through what we did. We processed our greens with a little bit of broth. We sauteed onion. We added a bit of garlic. Then we added the rice and then all the liquids in there. And now we're just going to allow it to cook on a medium heat. And if anybody wants to be ambitious about making coconut milk, I actually made some the other day. So
I've made it before too, and I think why don't you tell us? It's easy. It's a little bit of work, but it's easy, and I think it tastes so good.
Thanks. It's actually not difficult. I was daunted when I saw the process, and I thought, I wonder whether I'm going to get the kind of creaminess, but it actually worked beautifully. You just, if you've made it, you'll know that you grate your coconut, fresh coconut, put it in your food processor with some water, and then push it through a cloth, muslin cloth. And you get this, and it works out pretty much cheaper than your tin product. I mean, I like the tin products, but you always look at the preservatives and you wonder how good they are for you, you know? But
I have to admit that it seems like every week I'm learning how to make something else from scratch, something that seemed like something you would always buy at the store. And when I make it from scratch, it's so much better. One of the things that this last week or 2 weeks ago, I made the first time I've ever made whipped cream. And it's sugar with whipping cream and some vanilla, and it was 10 times better than anything I'd ever had before. And I was just like, I can't believe I didn't know how to do it.
So you get whipped cream with sugar there?
I just get whipping cream, and then you just put a cup of that in, a couple tablespoons of sugar, a little bit of vanilla, and then you just beat it.
Yeah.
And you beat it until it gets.
Yeah.
Sorry?
I thought you meant you get sweetened whipped cream there.
Well,
No.
I used to buy it until I learned how to make it a couple of weeks ago.
Okay.
I mean, you would just buy you'd buy whipping cream, but it was like Cool Whip or something, and you just realize how bad it was once you actually made it from scratch. And the problem is that it's so easy to make, you just feel foolish. It's an American problem we have.
And honey, you can add honey too, Alex, instead of sugar.
Oh,
Oh, you add honey. Ooh.
I've never done honey, Shannon.
Yeah, I do honey. Sometimes I do sugar, but I mostly do honey. I think it makes a really nice
To whipped cream.
To the whipped cream. Yep.
Oh, wow. I'm going to definitely do that. I've never tried honey.
We've got another question here. Do you have any tips? Kyle Hammond asks from Chicago, Illinois. Do you have any tips and tricks for working with onions?
I know some people just cry and some people don't. I don't have any tricks. I've heard that if you put it in ice water and then chop it, it doesn't make you cry. I haven't tried it because it doesn't bother me.
I think
I've heard that you can rinse it, but it hasn't made a great deal of difference to me, to be honest.
I find that I very rarely get anything in my eyes, but I cut it. It's when I really started not having a problem is when I started cutting it the way I cut it for this one, where I cut along slices and then I come across and then I go down and I do that really quickly. And I think I just don't spend as much time cutting. And I maybe feel a little bit of a sting, but very little because it's just so surgical. And I understand what I'm told is that near the root is where you get most of the area.
Sting.
So as you cut through that, you just don't hit it very much. Whereas if you're cutting it kind of in a less organized way, you're spending a lot more time with it, and you end up just a lot more comes out.
I think it's important to have a good sharp knife so that you have that cut and you're not wasting time trying to cut the onion. I have a question. We are going to fry the halloumi, and we are going to, I said garnish with grilled red pepper. I brought a red pepper and I've got some ready strips, and I know you get bottled ones. I'm not sure if you want to grill the pepper while we're waiting for the rice to cook.
Sure.
Yeah, let's go for it.
Would you like to do that?
Definitely.
Yeah, that sounds great.
And so the rice is on just a medium, right? Mine's kind of just kind of bubbling slightly away.
Mine is also just bubbling. I have a sneaky feeling I may need a little more broth, but I'm going to wait. I've still got enough liquid in the rice.
I tasted it for my salt level when I, when I put the salt in, and it is delicious. It's really, really good.
It's unbelievable how just a mixture of these greens gives it so much flavor. And I just think, often children don't want to eat their greens, and this would be such a good way of introducing it to them, because they wouldn't know. They wouldn't know what you've put in here. Thanks. So to do the roasted pepper, you will need 1 red bell pepper. And for me, and for the time we have, a gas burner will be far better than putting it in the grill. It'll be quicker, not better, quicker. So I know, Shannon, you've got gas.
Yeah.
And Alex?
Sorry, a pepper?
No, have you got a gas stove?
No, I don't have a gas stove.
So you'll have to put it on your broil. So you guys are going to do broilers, grill it.
Okay. So we're going to actually grill it on the flame, not on the. not on
I
a
want to
pan.
show you because the result is unbelievable.
Now, while we're doing this, we got a couple more questions. One is Lois Richter asks, how much difference does it make if you dried herbs instead of fresh? Or if you use dried herbs instead of fresh?
I've never used dried herbs in this dish. I haven't. So I can't give an honest answer. It would be a totally different flavor. I know that.
Right.
Yeah, I do
go
a
ahead.
rice, an herbed rice. It's very similar in cooking style with this, but I saute it, and I do use dried herbs. I use, oregano and tarragon and sometimes rosemary, but I think it will be completely different than this.
Yeah.
But I
Yeah.
do use dried herbs in rice sometimes.
Yeah. So I'm putting my gas burner on. And I've got an old cake rack on mine to hold the pepper.
Right.
Yeah,
When
and I
I'm
need
putting mine
chop.
under the grill, do I need to chop it or
No, Dennis,
No.
you can cut it in half
right?
and then skin side up
Mhm.
and then a high heat. Yeah, well, you're going to put it on grill.
I'm just putting
One
mine
more
directly
seeds out.
on the burners.
That's
I
what
don't-
I'm doing.
Okay. I don't
One
have a
more
grill-
question that
a
came
grill
in from
front of me.
Dan Huber in Erie. He says, does anyone make their rice with broth instead of water? I think that's the way we're doing it today, but I've never thought of cooking in broth before, actually, personally.
Well, if you're doing risotto, you'd be doing that.
Right.
So just keep an eye on your rice that it doesn't stick because it's got a bit of coconut milk. You have to be careful that it doesn't stick to the bottom of the pot. I'm adding a little more liquid to mine.
Oh, it's smelling fantastic.
Yeah, doesn't it?
Great. Oh, Lord. So if you see, when you're doing this on the gas, it will start becoming the skin becomes quite black charred.
Ooh, very charred. Yep.
And that's absolutely fine. That's what you're looking for.
Another question is from Keenan Campbell in Princeton, Illinois. He says, what is your preferred type of rice grains? Maybe more of a general question there.
I like using this jasmine rice most of the time. I do use basmati. We get brown basmati in South Africa and white, and the brown is delicious. It's got a lovely nutty flavor. I find it, because it takes long to cook, I tend to soak it overnight in cold water and then cook it the next day.
And how much does that reduce your cooking time? I've never done that before.
By at least half an hour, Shannon.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's a really good tip.
Yeah. So I tend to do that.
In addition to basmati and jasmine, I also have this red rice and black rice.
Yes, I've got red. Red is lovely. It's very nutritious, apparently.
Yeah, and I find these are really good with a little bit of sautéed vegetables and an egg for breakfast.
Oh, yum. And Alex, do you mix them? Because they're also quite nice when you mix the different rices.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, is
So I
Dennis
wanted to
showing
show
me?
you. I wanted to show you how mine's coming along. Do I want to put more liquid in it?
I think so. Dennis,
Yep,
just check
okay.
that it's not sticking at the bottom of your pot.
Yep, I've given it a stir.
Does it seem
Another
fine?
stir. It
And
does.
this is what mine looks like. Does that look about right?
You fine because I think you don't need any liquid.
No, I think
Alex?
if anything, I might have a little too much, so we'll see.
You have, but it'll probably absorb in the rice.
So do I want to add the rest of my stock?
How much have you got? You think
Another
about?
100 mil.
Add it in.
Okay.
Yeah.
There it goes.
Damyanti, I'm just kind of slowly turning this pepper.
Yes, so am I. Yeah.
And can I if I don't have a burner, should I just cut it into slices or just something to kind of saute it?
Do you have a grill or what's called a broiler in your oven?
I don't have one here, not for today.
Okay, then it's fine, Dennis. Alex, we can just put it's just for a garnish. It's just because
Right.
when you have the red, it looks so pretty against the green rice. And I mentioned halloumi. For garnish, you could use feta. You could also use paneer. Any of those cheeses work really, really well.
Are we going to grill the halloumi?
Shannon, I haven't. I just did it on a non-stick pan, but I think grilling would be great.
No, I think I'll use my pan.
Should I grill or should I saute?
Pardon?
How much halloumi should I cook?
How big is your block?
So mine is 250 grams.
Mine is
half of that or quarter of that. You are just going to accompany your rice with that.
So
Okay.
just about a half of this?
Yes, yes.
And how much do you want to char your pepper? Mine's getting pretty charred.
Mine is totally black, Shannon.
Totally. Okay.
Yeah, yep. We want it black.
So when I open my pack of halloumi, there's a little bit of liquid in, which I'm
Yes, you throw
draining
out
off.
that liquid. You drain
Yeah.
it. Yes, correct.
I think I might need a little more liquid in mine.
Okay. My rice is almost cooked. I'm going to lower the heat as much as I can.
Oh, the halloumi cheese is really good. It reminds me of something. I just can't quite remember what it is.
It's even better once it's cooked. It's amazing.
I just want a clear plastic. So if, Shannon, once you've got your pepper completely charred and it's black, I put it into a plastic bag.
Okay.
Have you done this before?
I have, but it's been a while. But yes.
Okay. Need only the frying pan.
We have another question
Frying
coming in
pan.
from Tony Mobley. He says, what is the recommended time that you invest in perfecting a recipe?
Oh, that's a difficult question. I think what I tend to do is if I read a recipe that somebody has, sorry, before I answer that, this is what my pepper's looking like, totally black.
That looks amazing.
And then I'm going to pop it into a plastic bag and just close the bag completely. And by doing that, it allows the skin to come off more easily. You're almost sweating it in the bag.
Mine's dripping a little bit on my, I don't think I've ever charred a pepper quite this much.
Oh, I always do it till it's black. Yes.
Okay.
Yep. So usually if I see a recipe and I think that I really like the ingredients or it talks to me, I'll make it exactly like I've read it, whether it's in a book or whether it's on the net. And then I tweak it. I tweak it to how I want it. So that's how I approach, I think, a recipe that's new to me.
Yep.
A lot of the other traditional foods are recipes that were handed down from my mom or family, and you tend to adapt it to how your family eats. And I find that that's the way it works. Dennis, is that your rice I'm seeing? Or is it?
No, I think that's Alex's.
Alex's
This is
rice,
mine.
okay.
This is the extreme close-up of
Okay.
of the rice.
But it's looking fine.
Yeah, it's starting to look great.
Here's mine.
Okay. Dennis, do you need more liquid?
It's bubbling a bit. It's looking perhaps a little drier.
Yeah,
I could add a bit more coconut milk, perhaps.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
I think this is too dry, Damyanti. Can you see
Yes,
that?
yes, you
Too
need
dry?
to add to dry.
Okay.
I've added half the remaining coconut milk from the 400 ml
Oh, lovely.
can. And I'm
Yep,
just
that's
stirring
good.
that in.
That's good.
I think the other thing that I would say, I think for me, a recipe, I would say a lifetime, because I feel like every time I make something, I'm experimenting. You know, like I rarely have, I mean, I always am tweaking something like, oh, I'll try this, or I'll do this, or I'll do this in a slightly different way. Or I mean, I think that I make a very similar breakfast every morning, but I'd probably make it, I've never made it the same way twice.
Right. And I think that's great, because then you don't get bored of what you're eating.
Because I eat almost the same thing, but I'm always tweaking it. Like, oh, I'm going to have a little bit of this, or I found a new vegetable I want to put in, or I want to do whatever. And I'm constantly, and there's some days that are perfect and some days that are, you're like,
okay. I'm gonna do my halloumi in a non-stick pan with no fat, because the halloumi has enough fat in it. But Shannon, you said, are you gonna grill yours?
Yeah, I'm going to do.
Cut it into strips.
I've cut it into strips. Yes.
Oh, you have. Okay. So I'm going to do that as well then. I have a grill pan that I don't have out. And so what I would do typically is just put the block on a grill pan, but I'm going to try your way in some strips.
Oh, so you do the whole block, Shannon?
Do the whole block.
Oh,
and
wow.
Grill it up.
And then cut it.
And then cut it. Yep.
Okay.
And I usually serve it on a little platter, and then you can just cut it off and eat.
And what do you serve it with usually?
Some bread or crackers.
Okay. Because in our family, we quite like it. We get something called a sweet chili sauce. I don't know if you get a sweet chili sauce in the US or in England.
Yeah, we have I mean, I don't know if it's the same sweet chili sauce.
We do in the UK.
What am I seeing?
This is what I use.
Okay. So it's not very hot, the one we have in South Africa. And it goes very well with halloumi.
That sounds great. I'm going to try that.
Yes, I sometimes put halloumi in a salad.
The other day, I tried making, so this is ours. This is the South African sweet chili. I don't know if the camera is showing. Yeah, there we go. So the other day, I decided that I'm going to make some sweet chili sauce, not realizing how hot my chilies were. I couldn't eat it. I just couldn't eat it. It was so hot.
Wow.
So I eventually gave it to one of my neighbors, and he can eat raw chilies as they are. So he was very happy to take the sweet chili sauce I made. I was trying to make the sweet chili so that I could have less sugar in mine, but I think you actually do need the sugar to balance the chili flavor. How are we doing with our rice?
I think our rice is coming out well. Well, we've got a ton of questions coming in now.
Okay.
A question from Kyle Hammond. He says, is there or will there be a digital version of the conscious cuisine?
Good question.
I think you've had that asked a couple times, Damyanti.
Project for next year. Next year. Well, we got a whole other year when you can say that, dude. So it won't be this year because you only got a couple days left. Yeah. Next question is from Kyle Hammond as well. Is it possible to char the pepper using an induction cooktop? I did that a bit. Mine's not induction. It's actually halogen. And I've crisped them a little bit. I don't think that they're nearly as good as what was over the fire. I think what I would probably do is, if I had thought about it, I would have had a propane torch and just torched them.
Yeah.
It might take a while though, Alex. I mean, you could.
Okay. I'm Shannon. You and I have done ours on the gas burner. What I do next is I wash it under the tap so that the black skin falls off, and then I trim it because I'm looking at the clock. We need to plate pretty soon.
Okay. And this is very hot.
Put it in cold water.
Yep.
And then another question from Lois Richter, and she said, when someone is allergic to capsicum pepper family, what would you suggest instead?
I would just put roasted tomato, because I'm looking for color with the green rice.
Right.
So roasted little rosa tomatoes would work well.
And Keenan Campbell asks, what is your inspiration when creating these dishes?
I think I just have a passion for cooking.
Right.
I've had my astrology chart done by someone, and he said I do have that particular characteristic in my chart.
Right.
So maybe there's some truth to that.
Dan Huber from Erie asks, have you charred other peppers like jalapeno?
No, I haven't. So I am just cutting mine into strips so I can plate it.
And last question coming in right now is from Tony Mobley. He said, how long will the rice last once refrigerated?
Probably 2 days.
I think it's a question of how quickly will everybody eat it, because it looks so good.
Oops, I think I didn't pay enough attention to my halloumi.
Oh dear, it's sticking?
Well, it got a little crispy.
Oh, that's nice.
Okay, good.
Yeah, my pepper skin hasn't blackened because obviously I was doing it under the electric grill, but it's coming off okay.
Right.
I think I need to turn my halloumi over now.
This halloumi is so good. I it's funny. I was asking Shannon last night when I was shopping. I was like, do I really need this? And she's like, I don't know if it's really part of it, but I was like, I'll get it, because I was just going to trust Damyanti that this is a needed part of the thing. And so good.
So that was a good move on your part.
And Damyanti, I love that you are paying attention to the colors when you're plating, and I think it's so much a part of eating is what you're seeing.
When you study Ayurveda, it's just something that is so important, that you actually don't just eat with your mouth. Your first experience of food is sight. When you see something, actually I lie, the first experience is taste. And not taste, smell, because when you walk into an environment where somebody's cooking, it's the smell that hits you first. And the next is the sight. So you're eating with your eyes, you're eating with your tongue. It's also when you're sizzling somebody, it's the sound, or when you're crunching on something. So you're using all your senses really when you're eating. So I think to visually make something attractive is quite important.
Probably the other part of that is then to take the time to actually sit and enjoy. I know often when I'm really busy, I'll eat as I'm, walking around and, just grab something. And, we all have to do that sometimes, but when we can take that moment to just take those few minutes just to enjoy it and look at it.
But I think it's critical, Shannon. Sorry, that's my opinion, that when you eat, you need to sit down, be quiet, actually taste what you're eating, because then you're actually experiencing the different flavors and actually the intention in the cooking process as well.
Yeah.
So I think, are we ready to plate?
Yes, we are.
What's the plan?
So I'm just waiting for my halloumi to brown a little more. I had to tip some of the liquid out of it because liquid came out of it as it cooked and it wasn't going to brown.
Okay. So
We've only got a couple more minutes before we're jumping to another part of the world.
Each one can actually plate exactly like they'd like to. I've sort of molded my rice in a little bowl, and I've got my peppers. And my halloumi.
And you put the halloumi on the side?
That's what I'm doing, yes. And while we were on holiday, we had a meal at one of the restaurants, and they had a mixture of sesame, linseed, sunflower, and peanut seeds made into a little, almost to serve on top of things. So I'm going to sprinkle some of them. And it gives a lovely crunch, these nuts.
Sorry, the nuts. And what kind of nuts again?
It was a mixture of linseed, sesame, sunflower, and crushed peanuts, but they flavored it with something. The flavor is amazing.
some reason I was thinking when you said nuts, I was thinking, I bet you pine nuts would be really nice, like roasted pine nuts.
Yes. But this is something I bought. I didn't make this. I just like the flavor because you could sprinkle it on salads or roasted veggies or. So that's our green rice. Sorry, we're rushing like this, but I'm just trying to keep time. Wow, that looks amazing.
Pretty exciting.
Alex? Let's all taste it before we have to jump. And Alex, I know you're going to be tasting, but are there any last questions?
I don't have any questions right now in the queue that I see. So if the folks on the back end see any other ones, make sure to push them through to me. But I don't see any right now.
Alex, did your broth all absorb into the rice?
It did. It's
wonderful.
Perfect.
Wonderful. I'm going to eat from the pot because I want to take a picture of my plate.
I know. I carefully took a picture of my rice. Damyanti, this is so good. I know I always say that about your dishes. They've all been really delicious, but this is really, really good. I've never cooked with, I've never made rice and added Swiss chard and greens. So it was absolutely
really good.
Delicious.
Amazing.
I'm so pleased. And yeah, before we call it a day, it's your day, it's my night. I really want to thank everybody. It's been an amazing experience. A year ago, I wouldn't have thought I could do this. So I've learned a lot, and I'm sure Hasmukh has. And I just want to thank everybody and wish you well over the festive season and have a better year next year. Let's hope it's a better year. Because we've all been through quite a challenging year, I think, this year.
Thank you.
Once again, thanks. Thanks.
It's been so much fun. I realize it's been almost a year since we did our very first one and together. And it's been such a great experience. And I feel like I've learned so much from you. And I feel like I'm exploring so much more of food. And what's interesting is that I know, you don't have a hard, you don't say a lot of things about meat or not meat or whatever, but I am finding that as I get better at cooking vegetables, I just feel like, I just really feel like a vegetable dish. I'm realizing that I filled that gap. There's like always a meat thing. And now I'm realizing how amazing, vegetarian dishes or vegetable based dishes can be. And I just want to thank you for that. It's really been great.
No, absolute pleasure. I find it actually so rewarding to share. I enjoy doing that. So that's wonderful. Dennis,
and it doesn't just have to be a side. It can be your main dish, right? I think a lot of times we think of a vegetable as just as a side. So all of these vegetables have been really, really delicious.
And whoever's watching there, remember that my book is available in the US at DVE store. So these recipes are all out of the book. I cook out of the book. And I was curious to know, Dennis, how did your rice turn out? Oh, wow. That looks great. Lovely. I'm pleased.
Do you mix the sour cream in with the rice? Or do you dip?
Yes, a bit of sour cream on there would be good. And I think because I call it Mexican rice, maybe next time we must add beans to it on the side.
Right.
Mexican beans. There's another breakfast, Alex.
Yeah, absolutely. Sounds great.
Okay, guys, great.
It's absolutely delicious.
It's really flavorful and it's got a lot of flavor, but they're kind of, I don't know if this is the right word, but they're sort of a neutral flavor. I think you could serve this with just about anything. So don't let the Mexican part of it fool you.
Don't let it stop you. And I think it's the coconut milk that rounds it off, Shannon.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah.
It makes it creamy.
Yeah. Okay.
All right.
Thank you,
bye, everybody.
Just another minute. And I just wanted to just say what we're going to do next. And for cooking, we're taking a couple weeks off. We're going to start again on January 9th. So don't forget to join us back on Sundays on January 9th. And now we're going to be going live over to Todd Reynolds from his studio. So once again, thanks everyone for joining us and see you in the new year.
Great stuff.
Hey, everybody. I got so many foot pedals, I don't know what to do with myself. Hey, welcome to ToddReynolds.live, especially all of you who are here as part of Super Saturday. Wow, I could have no place to put anything. Hold on. There we go. Better now. Hi. Today is December 18th. And welcome you all. Want to make sure I get to the chat here and say hi to everybody who's hanging out with us today. Thank you for being here with us. Let me see who we got. Let's see. Oh, Glenn Cornett's here. Thank you for all your kind comments. I'm not sure if they're actually coming up on screen or not. Maybe it'll happen here. Hey, there we go. Paul Moon. Hey, Raymond Helfrich. Thank you so much. Yeah, this is great. And lots of folks here. Keith Harrison. Hey, thanks for being here. Keith, Chad Lafarge, Jared Ratcliffe, and Glenn Cornett is here as well. Fantastic. Wow, look at all these folks. So great to have you all. Brett Armstrong. Tom Richford says, wash hands. I don't know how things are in Amsterdam. I have this feeling that they're starting to get hand washy all over, aren't they, right? Guy Cochran is here. Man, we have got a lot of folks behind the scenes. Ike Potter from Hanover, Germany. Thank you for coming, Ike, today. And today's Super Saturday. Any of you who are on this stream probably know that I hang out with a bunch of folks quite a bit these days, and we play as hard as we can on making streams with everybody kind of flung to the far winds. Today we've got on sound Mickey Makachor in Manila, the Philippines. Also, just everybody take notice of the typhoon that hit there. I saw some pictures of airport hangars and stuff in an airport near where Mickey used to live. There's some devastation there, so we need to send our good wishes and our coin to to folks in the Philippines. Mickey's from the Philippines. Isabel Holmes is literally 20 feet from me, right across the hall. Aaron Husledge is in North Carolina. And let's see who else we got. Jim Hankins in Detroit, who's kind of making all the bits flow. And Tlaloc Lopez Waterman, you'll see his work in a little bit too, is with us. And today we started out with my dear, dear oldest friend and collaborator, Luc Dubois, who teaches at Brooklyn Polytech. He's one of the developers in Max MSP and Jitter, one of the software programs that is a standard in the industry. And he was using that today, and will be as well. I'm going to focus next in a way that Luke and I have worked for 20 years. We've used some of this imagery. What's really unique about it is that with just a small amount of controls, Luke is able to make a great amount of visual art in real time. So we're going to play for you a tune off my record, which is called Outer Borough. Hey, Joe, how you doing? Yeah, the string graphics were awesome. That's great. Yeah, that's one of the things that Luke's been doing the past few years. Just kind of this particle stuff that just blows my mind. I love it. So we're going to do Icy Sleeves of Green. It's on my record called Outer Borough. And I haven't talked about this much this year. I probably should have talked about it more, or could have talked about it more, but this is the 10th anniversary of Outer Borough. It was my first record and my only real, long-term album to date. It's a double CD, and it's available on Bandcamp and, of course, all the places you would expect it to be. And you can find it also on my website, which is toddreynolds.com or toddreynolds.live, where you can also watch these streams as well. So anyway, thank you all who are here. I'll get back to playing. Just let me make sure that I'm not missing anything. Oh, Dennis Champion Walker says, "Hi, Todd. I'm eating the rice I made on the cooking show while watching your stream." So let me talk about Super Saturday for a minute. I'll mention it later as well. But today, all of the shows that have gotten birthed as a result of this thing that we call office hours, you can go learn more about it, officehours.global. It's a group of folks who meet constantly and talk about and push technology, especially with streaming and streaming and live event production. So today there was the cooking show with Damyanti Gajjar, which just finished, and they made Mexican rice. Yes, you can see it. You just go to officehours.global. You'll find the videos there. You can also go to Alex Lindsay's YouTube channel and find it there. It's all broadcasting right now, and will continue to be there. And then after our show today, we'll go to Belfast, where some of this, remote stuff on office hours originated with the Accidental Theater. And then after that, we're going to join Tony Mobley, Conversations with Tony Mobley, for a special show, just talking about what we've learned this year and what we've done, all the things, all the experiences that we've had coming together as a team to make stuff work. So that's it. So that's our team behind the scenes. I don't think I missed anybody. Manolo Lozano, who's switching the show from London and who actually built the switcher that is kind of making sure that all the camera work that you see is working. He's in Swansea in the UK, and let's see, I've got equipment here, that a whole bunch of it, and everybody's in my house. Everybody's controlling my gear for once instead of me controlling it all myself. So anyway, that is kind of what officehours.global is about. So we're going to go on and play Icy Sleeves of Green for you, and then we'll take another gander at the chat, say hi, and play some more. Okay, I'm stopping. You know what? Because you deserve a good show. So I'm going to do this over again. It's a foot pedal thing. So usually this could result in great embarrassment. But instead, I always like to treat stuff as a learning experience. So I'm going to do this piece for you again. Here we go. And this time, it shall happen. Right. And there, a little Christmas tune. My favorite Christmas tune, Old English tune turned Christmas tune. Anyway, there. That's a little green sleeves for your December. Let me check in. Hey, Laura Thompson is here. Looks like. There we go. Chad Lafarge is here. Dan Huber. Hey, thanks you guys for coming by. Sensei Skier. Sorry, my bad. Oh. Hey, Jim Bennett is here. Boy, I should tell you about Jim Bennett. Jim Bennett's a man who quit life and took on life and has biked all around Africa and Mexico. You should go check out his site, The Transglobalist, transglobalist.com. Glad you're here, Jim, and happy holidays to you. Victor Cahayao is here, another great musician who has a YouTube channel that we frequent often. Hasmukh here as well. Yeah, great to see you guys. Ken Jordan as well. Excellent. Yeah, what I didn't realize is that in the background they're actually mixing Luke and Tlaloc together, which is awesome because I've never seen that happen, and something that is absolutely gorgeous. Yeah, you can Google Outer Borough, or you can just go to my website, toddreynolds.com, and find it there. Thank you for bearing with me. I'm not one to stand on ceremony when things go wrong. I'd kind of rather start again than put us all through something that's difficult, because we have enough difficulty in life, right? So how are you all? Tell me, I want to know how you are. Where are you coming from? I guess I know some of them. Ike, here we go. Let's put that up on the screen. Hi, Todd. I'm always wondering, admiring your passion. How do you not become distracted by all the technical aspects creating your awesome life music? It's hard enough to play your violin so beautiful. Thank you, Ike. That's like one of the nicest things that you could possibly say to me. So that's great. I'll give you an answer. You asked a question. Give you an answer. I don't not become distracted to form a double negative. It's always distracting, but it's also wonderful to be able to have tools, and to be able to just without really thinking about it too much, bring music in and out, and just kind of have some magic. It's kind of, when I was young, I loved magic so much. And that was kind of my passion. And as I grew up, it's kind of a really fun thing to be able to make music and be distracted on this side. Hopefully for you not to be distracted on your side. That's kind of the goal. It's kind of the same with Luke and Tlaloc and those visuals. You just kind of say, how does that possibly happen? And that's kind of what we work toward in our art, right? And that's what we work for in concerts and in presentations, and everything we do is to kind of have the background be seamless and not seen. So it's times that it gets seen. It can be kind of interesting and fun, but believe me, plenty to do here, plenty to do to be distracted by. Loving the show. Thank you, John Idelson from Monterey, California. Thank you so much for coming today. And Dan says that I get so much out of that viola. I should play some viola for you sometime, because I have one that's right down there on the floor. How about next stream? I'll play the viola. I even have something that's deeper than a viola. Here, anybody have? Hey, Ruth Mendelson, great to see you. Anybody want to hear something like completely naked and unadulterated, or maybe you have a request for something? Hey, Tommy Shantz, thanks for coming today. Great to see you. Let me grab my other violin here. Hold on. This is something that I didn't plan, but it seems to me it might be cool. Matthew, great to see you. This is super not planned, but listen to that. That's how not planned this is. Here, let me play something for you. Anybody have any songs or favorite carols or anything? End of day. So Isabel Holmes says, end of day. Oh, well, that's not going to happen. So one of the things that I've been promising Isabel to do is pull up this tune called End of Day, which is on my record, which you can find on Bandcamp, digifiddler.bandcamp.com. But yeah, the low violin's not going to get played today. It needs a new G string all of a sudden. All right, so we'll go on and we'll go on and play regular violin for you. How about that? So I guess we're this whole day we're kind of going to mix Tlaloc and Luke, who have never met in person, who have said, I think, 2 sentences to each other today, because there's so much going on behind the scenes as we work this out. So this is another kind of amazing thing to see people work together who've never met, and I love it. I love that so much. Here, let's see what we got here. play for you for another 10 minutes. But before I do, I want to tell you, we'll put the Office Hours YouTube channel in the chat. We'll put all the links we can think of in the chat. And anybody who's not here from Office Hours, go check out the other shows today. Accidental Theatre in Belfast, Northern Ireland, coming up in the next hour. Then Tony Mobley, an hour after that. Thank you for coming today. I'm just going to play you out because this is kind of fun. Thanks to Tlaloc Lopez Waterman. Thanks to Luc Dubois. Thanks to this whole entire awesome crew. And thanks for all of you guys for coming, commenting, playing along, and chatting with us, hanging with us. Thanks to Isabel, my lovely partner in the other room. All right, talk to you soon. Just after the beginning of the year.
Hello world, my name is Chris Malloy, and I'd like to welcome you to Accidental Theatre tonight. I'd like to thank Todd Reynolds and team, and I'm going to play a few songs. This first one's called Point of No Return. I know that it's going so badly. You know that we do it again. The wolves are coming, looking something to chew on. I feel, you feel the killer electricity. Love me, drugs for free in my galaxy. Light speed, hibernate, nosebleed. Will you come with me? Warp speed. Ooh. We're at the point of no return. Look how fast we're coming in, faster than a car can burn, beyond the point of no return. Ooh, beyond the point of no return. Beyond the point of no return. Thank you. That song was the title track for an album that I released a couple of months ago under the name of The Zang. Yeah, this next one is also off that album. It's called What's Going On. Wanna look a little deeper and see what's under the stone. Wanna tell you all my secrets, but they'd leave you chilled to the bone. Wanna tell you that I love you, but I can't get you onto the phone. See what's going on. 3 days in a bottle and I feel like I'm ripped at the seams. I haven't slept in my 30s, but I'm still saving up on those dreams. Might go a little crazy if I haven't went crazy by now. Don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on. Beauty in a smile that a mother would give to her child. Been so caught up that I haven't seen the light in a while. Trying to find those holy moments and see what's going on. Wanna look a little deeper and see what's under the stone. Wanna tell you all my secrets, but they leave you chilled to the bone. Wanna tell you that I love you, but I can't get you onto the phone. I don't know what's going on. 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 Thank you. This next song is it's also off the new album, and I think that the subject is about there's some tune here. Ironically enough, it's about being present, you know. And I guess I sort of feel like I've been like, you know, either living my life in the past and like memories, or fantasizing about the future, and never really being sort of present in the moment. And so I wrote the song about this, and about home, and about someone that I really care about and love, you know. And yeah, share in a moment, I guess. It's called You, Me, and the Birds. When I'm feeling old, starting to fear the cold, you hand me my winter coat. We go wandering in the woods like we always could, and we always should. It's you and me and the birds on the trees, in the wood by our home. We like to go, but not alone. Don't need your phone. Feels like home. Thank you. I'll try this. This next song is absolutely brand new, and like, I know some people, like when you have a brand new song and you don't have a title for it, you always say, I don't have a name for it yet, but that actually is the case here. But instead of calling it nothing, I think I'm going to call it the Bond song. That's what I've got down here, is the Bond song. Because I think at the end of it, it sort of sounds a bit like a Bond song, you know, like a James Bond song. I don't know, unintentionally, of course, but. Yeah, so this is the Bond song. It's not about James Bond at all, though. It's actually like a love song, you know, and it's a little bit sad too, but yeah, anyway. Separate to relax, turn hard to love mode, and I don't know how love, and only love can do these things to me. I don't know how. Separate to relax, turn hard to love more, and I don't know how love, and only love can do these things to me, and I don't know how. Bond at the end there, you know. I'd like to thank the Accidental Theatre for inviting me down, and it's a really lovely venue, and it's my first time here, and I'd also like to thank Marty for doing sound. He always does a great job. I see there's actually questions on the screen here, and I've never really seen that before. And the question is from Kyle. Hello, Kyle. Where did the Zang originate? It's a secret. But any more questions? This next song is also completely new. and the working title is "You Want Her to Know." Yeah, we'll see if it's finished. I'm not totally sure, but. Love her. You want her to know that you care. You want her to know that you hate to see her go. And when she is low, you'll be there. It's easy for you to say you're sorry. It's easy for you to say you care. But eventually she'll know by your actions surely that you are a narcissistic egomaniac. Sure about that ending yet, you know, it's sort of like yeah, it takes a turn, but let me see. I'm considering using the looper here. I mean, I did bring it along, and but I'll give it a try. Two. Played your part so well. Played your part so good. Ooh. And I'm guessing the time will tell if I misunderstood. It really doesn't matter now. Doesn't matter. Really doesn't matter now. Really doesn't matter to me. Really doesn't matter now. Really doesn't matter. Really shouldn't matter to you. Played my part so well. played my part so good. Ooh. And I'm guessing the time will tell if you misunderstood. It really doesn't matter now. It really doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter now. It really doesn't matter to me. It really doesn't matter now. It really doesn't matter. It really shouldn't matter to you. Yeah, again, thanks very much, everyone. I'm going to play one more. And yeah, again, thanks so much for inviting me down. And this last song is actually released 2 albums there over like a year. So this one's actually the only song I'm playing off the first album. And it's the last song on that album. And it's called Time. I'd like to thank Richard from Accidental Theatre as well for the nice emails and okay, Time and the Zang. So you can check out the Zang, usual online sort of stuff. And okay. Too many movies that I've never seen. Too many places that I've never been. Too many stories that I've never heard. And far too many secrets we never shared. You've been so strong for me this long, and you don't mind the rain. We'll stay up late, we'll test our fates, we'll make mistakes, but always learning as the world keeps turning. But it's hard to find the time. too many books that I've never read. And too many words that I've left unsaid. Please tell me of your journeys and the beauty so fair. Remind me of the glories when I wasn't there. Been so strong for me this long, and you don't mind the rain. We'll stay up late, we'll test our fates, we'll make mistakes, but always learning as the world keeps turning. But it's hard to find the find the time. Let's find the time. Find the time. Let's find the time. Thank you so much. Thanks.
Hi, everybody. I know people say, how do I follow that? But in this case, how do I follow that? You thought that finger picking was good? Now it's my turn. I'm Brian Robb. Going to try this. This is called You Can't Teach a Dead Dog New Tricks. Well, I think I was regretful as I took my final breath. You had to help me through the door. I couldn't hold myself alive, couldn't hold myself in death. You had to help me through the door, although you left yourself bereft. Well, I wish I had my memory. My memories aren't mine. My memories fade into dust like every man I've been before. Think I've died 1,000 times. You had to help me through the door. You had to help me to sublime. And I
wish I could hold you. I wish I'd stayed a while. Yeah, I wish that I had been there for every word and every smile. My thoughts are blowing on the breeze. Now I can't concentrate in death. Couldn't concentrate in life. You had to help me through the door because I'd never get it right. And I thought I had my reasons, but reason fades with time. My grand conclusion never came. My understanding and my thoughts were only borrowed for a while. And you cannot teach a dead dog to be humble and polite. I wish that I had changed my ways. I couldn't change myself in death. Wish I'd changed myself in life. You had to help me through the door. You had to carry me inside. You had to help me through the door because I'd never get it right. And I know I always repeat myself, emphasizing the benign. My memories fade into dust like every man I've been before. Think I've died 1,000 times.
There's a question on the screen. It wasn't actually for me, but I don't know if it's going to go away till it gets answered. So, to be honest, I think a song was ready as soon as I wrote it. If I was going to play it, most of the songs I write would just get scrapped on the spot. But if I'm on to a keeper, it's probably instantaneous. I'm going to play a few songs about walking for you. This is Lost Leg.
So, you lost your leg. Now it won't be very long till you're dead. Would you like to watch some TV instead? No, you dropped the bomb. And now I sit with you and wait till you're gone. Would you like me to sing you a song? If you can't hold on, that's alright. I will try to move on with my life. All these walks keep leading me to guiltiness or scrutiny. I won't say goodbye. I'll save your life. Get up off your ass, step outside, take a stroll or something. You never know what you'll see. Well, I've been walking around for far too long, and I feel like a seat. But seats don't walk, so I won't either. I'll sit here and sleep. Get up off your ass, out the door, take it under someplace, and don't you worry about where. Well, I've been walking around far too long, and I feel like a chair. But my chair doesn't walk, he's just motionless, sitting there. He says, sit down on me, rest your legs, rest your legs, rest your legs. Sit down on me, rest your legs, rest your legs, rest your legs. Sit down on me, rest your legs, rest your legs, rest your legs. Sit down on me, rest your legs, rest your legs, rest your legs. Get up off your ass, step outside. You've got places to be, but I might go there next week. But for now, I've been walking too long, and I feel like a seed. And chairs don't walk, so I won't either. I'll sit here and sleep. Finding it hard to walk with my shoelace tied wrong. My brain is refusing to work, but my headaches have gone. The bus has abandoned me someplace outside of the town. No signposts, no street lights, no cars, nobody around. But if I reach out to you, feel for your energy, focus my thoughts on you, would you respond to me? The moon isn't helping as I try to travel this road. The lights from the city, they strangle him, choking his glow. With no stars for direction, I'm lost, I'm loaded, I'm cold. Search for any inkling of change, but nothing unfolds. So I focus my thoughts on some faraway place that in all probability doesn't exist. I close my eyes tight and I cover my face and I pray that there's some place that's better than this, but my thoughts wind and copulate as I begin understanding escapism only within. The sky starts to vanish, it's still murky orange. The road keeps extending, it's running for fear of me. Left in the darkness, no street lights, no traffic, no signal, just nothingness. Nobody near to me, but if I reach out to you, feel for your energy, focus my thoughts on you, would you respond to me? Take a walk with me, stretch your legs, stretch your legs, stretch your legs, stretch your legs. Take a walk with me, stretch your legs, stretch your legs, stretch your legs, stretch your legs. Take a walk with me, stretch your legs, stretch your legs, stretch your legs, stretch your legs. I will reach out to you, bathe in your energy, share all my thoughts with you, create our own memories, grow and evolve with you, move through this mystery, share every walk with you, travel collectively. Thanks very much. Going to tune down here a little moment. This is my second night at the Accidental Theatre, so thank you very much again for hosting me. Are we getting a bit of dead tuning time here? I think I'm going to move in here. This is a song, I played it for the first time last night. Any similarities to any persons living or dead are purely coincidental. I don't have a title for it yet because I don't want to go for the obvious one because nobody would buy the album. Give me, lend me, say, I don't wanna you, cause you to say, cause I know that you love them. I just cannot defend the abuse of your mother and your nasty boyfriend. There's no princes or castles in this fairy tale, just a check that has bounced on a life that's for sale. I wish you had somewhere you deserve so much more than a room without windows in a house without doors. I know you've been searching for the means to an end, an escape from your mother and your nasty boyfriend. She mortifies you, she screeches in the street, says you're the bitch to everybody she meets. He isolates you, reads all the messages you send. Now you've lost all your contacts and you've lost all your friends. They don't know any better, they just can't comprehend the abuse of your mother and your nasty boyfriend. I wanted to help, I don't know what to say. I don't want to upset you or to drive you away. Just know that I'll be there if ever you need a friend. Just a break from your mother and your nasty boyfriend. He is a razor and he's salt to your wounds. They fuck up their lives and then they blame it on you. They can never be honest, they can only deceive. You just keep repeating until you start to believe. I wanted to help, but I don't know what to say. I don't want to upset you or to drive you away, but just know that I love you, and one day this will end. The abuse of your mother and your nasty boyfriend. Thank you. While we're chewing down, how about a bit of Leonard Cohen to lighten the mood? I remember you well in the Chelsea Hotel. You were talking so brave and so sweet, giving me head on the unmade bed, while the limousines wait in the street. Those were reasons, that was New York. We were running for the money and the flesh. That was called love for workers in song, probably still is. Those of them left. And you got away, didn't you, babe? You just turned your back on the crowd. You got away, I never once heard you say, I need you. I don't need you. I need you. I don't need you. All of that jiving around. I remember you well in the Chelsea Hotel. You were famous, your heart was a legend. You told me again you preferred handsome men, but for me you would make an exception. And clenching your fists for ones like us who are oppressed by the figures of beauty. You fixed yourself. You said, well, never mind, we are ugly, but we have the music. And then you got away, didn't you, babe? You just turned your back on the crowd. You got away, I never once heard you say, I need you. I don't need you. I need you. I don't need you. And all of that jiving around. I don't mean to suggest that I loved you the best. I can't keep track of each fallen robin, but I remember you well in the Chelsea Hotel. That's all, I don't even think of you that often.
Thank you very much. Get back up. That's why it's a bad idea to tune down in the middle of a set. I'm gonna do another cover if that's okay. Get a bit louder in here.
Please can you stop the noise? I'm trying to get some rest. From all the unborn chicken voices in my head. Once once when I am king, you will be first against the wall. With your opinion, which is of no consequence at all, was it? Was it? Ambition makes you look pretty ugly. Kicking and squealing, Gucci little piggy. You don't remember, why don't you remember my name? Off with his head, man, off with his head, man. Why don't you remember my name? I guess he does.
God loves his children. God loves his children. Yeah. Thanks very much. How are we for time? We're good. Thank you very much for listening to us tonight. Thank you very much for joining us. Thank you to the Accidental Theatre. I now pass you over to Tony Mobley for Conversations with Tony Mobley. Hope you enjoy. Thank you, guys.
Wow. 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 What an amazing day. What an amazing day. Today was Super Saturday, and all of the office hour generated shows were on, and they were on YouTube. And I have to tell you, I am so excited to have these great individuals with me tonight for this conversation. Super Saturday was already a super success. I want to thank the community and all of the participants for what a wonderful show. So again, on Conversations with Tony Mobley, it is Super Saturday, a conversation with Hasmukh Gajjar, Todd Reynolds, Richard Lavery, and today is also, although a special edition, the 27th episode of Conversations with Tony Mobley. So why are we here? We're here because life has provided me the opportunity to have real conversations with real people. First, I want to thank Miss Lois Richter for our conversation on Wednesday night. And I also want to thank the team behind Conversations with Tony Mobley. So we are here to have a conversation, and it is Super Saturday. Oh yes, it is Super Saturday. We hope to help others with these conversations, but I need your help. I need you to register on conversationswithtonymobley.com for our Mukana chat. Why do I want you to do that? I want you to do that because you will have an opportunity to participate in this great conversation. You can ask your questions, and then you can vote your questions up and down. And if you like this conversation and you like past conversations, please like and subscribe. Set the bell to all of the notifications, and you will be notified every single time we have a broadcast. So again, thank you all so much for being here. And I'm going to just go ahead and let my guests to introduce themselves. And we got a little sound effect going on. All right, fantastic. So we're going to start with Richard. and we're going to let him just come in and say who he is and where he's coming from, because we don't have locations. It's going to be very interesting for our audience to know where people are coming from.
Hi, Tony. I'm Richard, and I am coming in from Belfast in the United Kingdom, in Northern Ireland more specifically.
Thank you, Richard. Todd Reynolds.
I'm Todd Reynolds. I'm coming in from North Adams, Massachusetts, where it just has begun to snow a little bit tonight.
Fantastic. And Dr. Hasmukh Gajjar.
Africa, and that background noise you heard was the strike of 12 midnight. So it's just over past midnight here in South Africa.
Thank you, Hasmukh, for being with us at this late hour. We really appreciate it. And so we're going to start with our first question. And the questions are going to be for everyone, unless I specifically say that the question is for an individual. So the first question is, you are a producer of a Super Saturday show. How did you get here? And we're going to start with Hasmukh.
Well, probably more by accident than design, so our portal of entry, or shall we say that more pointedly, ticket to the game, was being part of the community in office hours. And the larger community has shared their knowledge and their skill with us that has equipped us to participate in these events. And I do want to acknowledge this evening Mr. Belfast, if I may, because he really started the whole concept of the Belfast method, which we richly enjoyed this evening in Super Saturday. And then also Todd became part of the Belfast method, as we call it now. And Tony, your show. So we now have two methods. We have the Mobley method and we have the Belfast method. So really it's been a ride, a complete ride. And I feel that I haven't arrived. The journey has just begun. Thank you, Tony.
Thank you, Mr. Reynolds.
Wow. It's this, the idea of what does being a producer mean is kind of a really open-ended question. The thing that really brought me to the table at first was doing my own streams, which I started last December or before then, actually, during deep COVID times, where I discovered that was kind of the only way I was going to be able to connect with any audience as a performer, and also that I'd be able to offer things like courses and stuff like that. So I started streaming by myself. And then when I hit office hours in April, then I began to hear words that I didn't understand, so many of them. Initials, the acronyms I didn't understand, like AWS and Video Ninja and all these different things. And, I've been on plenty of television shows in my lifetime. But boy, I never was ever behind the scenes like I had the opportunity to be when I first did Richard Lavery's first Belfast project and got to direct and so on. So I became a fan, and then I said, let's do it. Let's absolutely put together a team and just play with this. And Jim Hankins and Aaron and Mickey, and we all became a great team together. So that's how I got to be it. I'd say Aaron and Jim and Mickey are the producers, but boy, I'm very, very happy to be an artist that they enjoy working with.
And Richard?
I would say, how did I get here? And the easy answer is I walked here. Belfast is very small, but it's a joke and it's actually true. I walked to where we got to this Super Saturday kind of point. I joined Office Hours quite very close to the beginning back in March, April 2020, and I listened a lot. I joined the panel really early on, but then kind of went off and kept on listening. The community that Alex started to form back then allowed for what I've always really wanted to do, which is to get better at a lot of kind of more live streaming and technical side of things for myself and for my industry, which is predominantly theatre. My work had always been quite multimedia based, but there's a problem whenever you're running a small company, is that you tend to be the person who everyone has to go to answer the questions, and you have no one really to go to ask the questions and get the support that you need. And Office Hours sort of gave that in a very interesting way, both the daily shows and also the wider community. So it gave me a place where I could ask questions, and from starting that walk, 2 odd years ago, really slowly building up knowledge, I was able to what we call the kind of cycle of a panelist, where you join, you listen, you gain knowledge, and then when you feel that you have something to contribute, then you join the panel, and then you're on the panel and you can contribute how you think you can, and you can answer questions for your own specificity, and then you get so busy that you have to get off the panel. And then so you kind of are doing all this work that has been created out of the community and bringing all these people together. So we got here by learning and slowly kind of trying to evolve it and challenge ourselves and bring more people into it. So today we had brand new people come in to the Belfast show that you've just seen if you've been watching the stream all day. George Butters was switching some of the show just there. Sky Gleason was calling it. The whole process probably started mad in the kitchen in some ways, the first kind of Belfast community project, and then that evolved as with Tony's show we're on right now, and Hasmukh's cooking show, and Todd's show, and then obviously the stuff that we do from Belfast. So it's been an interesting couple of years. Maybe that's the best way to end that rant.
Yeah, I just want to say that I think all of you and have done an amazing job in doing the work. And you will probably hear me say that a lot going forward, and I've started to share that. And what I mean by that is that for me, it was sort of an act of faith in terms of making the decision to try to do a show. And I was admittedly inspired by what Office Hours had been able to do in terms of having, a global conversation around video production that really sort of morphed into more than just a conversation about video production. Because I have friends now in Cape Town, South Africa. I have a friend that's in Ireland, in the UK. I have a friend that's in Massachusetts that I'm talking to right now. And so I have other friends that are around the world, and we are able to have these conversations, this interaction, and a real significant relationship, even though we have not had an opportunity to actually physically meet in some instances. And so it's just an amazing journey to be on, and I'm glad to be in it with you guys. The next question is from Roscoe Jones from Brea, California. And his question is, what is the best thing about crowdsourced production? And what are the challenges you foresee going forward? And I'm gonna say you guys can raise your hand if you want to jump to that. So I know who. I don't want to put anybody on the spot on that particular question.
It's your show, man. You can put us on the spot if you like. I'll be happy to go if you want to start it.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
The best thing about crowdsourced production for me is, number one, the camaraderie and the teamwork. Working with people with incredible expertise that not only is different than mine, but really stronger than mine in many different ways, and which pulls me forward, which pulls me into new knowledge and new practice and new learning. There's so many things that I've learned from the folks that have been working together on this team, and the ones who come in bring something totally new. That I'm going to say is the best thing, and the second best thing is that there's art, because I'm somebody who's concerned with creating art, especially in real time. Art is being created by every member of my team. I may be the person who plays an instrument, but the team is really creating art, especially visual art. So those are the great things. The thing that is most challenging for me is managing comms. So I will be totally transparent with that, saying that's where I'm working at getting better and being better for my team, of course.
Richard?
I definitely ditto to what Todd has said. The comms is just awful. No, ditto to the community, ditto to the talent that we have access to. I think one of the reasons why I started my little small part of what we do was to meet a lot more people from a lot of different cultures. I come from a very small country that doesn't usually have access to not just a diverse wealth of talent, but also a diverse wealth of people. So being able to talk to people on a regular basis who are in Israel, work out how to communicate much better with people who are completely on the other side of the world. It taught me about my own use of language, my own use of terms, my own use of communication. It's been an absolutely it's hard to quantify what the experience has been like from my side, but it's also really exciting, as Todd says, to get access to artists and technicians and just new heads and minds to put at something. What we did today would absolutely not be possible without a huge amount of people. Jonas, who's in the master control all day, he started the morning in our morning in Germany, in Europe, and now we're in the evening, going quite late. And Hasmukh's been up all day since even earlier, going all day. There's an absolute ton of people that you'll never see who are putting in a huge amount of talent and work, even in the wider community. You're kind of going, oh, by the way, maybe that is panned too far to the right on your stream, check that out. Or people just filling in little gaps that we as the producers who are kind of pushing it on might miss, like Adam and Chad. There's a brilliant, I think my wife kind of described it better than I probably could. They said she never knew that such a beautiful and giving community existed or could exist, online or elsewhere, and that's what we have in the Office Hours team and the Conversations with Tony Mobley team, the Belfast Meta team, the Todd Reynolds Live. We should really call it the Todd Reynolds Live Experience or Experiential. We have to create some kind of really special name. The Cooking with Damyanti Gajjar. These are fantastic groups of people, and that's exactly what you get from crowdsource or for this kind of global remote at home production kind of style. Is that we have a huge amount of people that you would never ever have had a chance of meeting before the pandemic or before this kind of working model.
Absolutely. Thank you, Richard. Hasmukh.
Yeah, this was a beautiful evening for me and a beautiful participation, because for all the cooking shows thus far, I've been more the crew, more the technical director rather than the producer of the show. And this evening was quite experiential in a sense that I could spend time on attention to detail instead of becoming very anxious about the video chain and the audio chain and making sure that cameras are all set up. And I echo what everybody says, because in this, the culmination is what everybody sees, but the prep work that goes in and the number of people that you get involved with and having discussions on various elements, which are details that all the experts bring to the fore, whether it's audio, video, or the countdown clock, or whatever it is. So I really, really enjoyed being in the production today. I think I want more. And the challenge is probably for me, how do I get more? So I think that it was beautiful to see in what the audience saw or what the viewers saw with these 4 cooks, and you had this super source of 4 windows with folks doing just about exactly the same thing, in fact working on their worktop. Todd, it was like your music. It was like a symphony, but it's a symphony of a different kind, but it's still music. So I think that cooking worked very well because you had this enormous community that conducted this show. So I'm really, really enjoyed being part of crowdsourced. My first experience, Tony, I think you've had 26 episodes or 27 episodes of that experience. I'm so envious of you. So I do look forward to others. And I think what it taught me tonight is that we have community, friends, people we know, but they're always pushing you to step up your game. And that's what this is all about. We are stepping up our game by always learning a better way or a newer way of doing things.
Fantastic. And I want to say that crowdsourcing for me has been an amazing journey. And I've been told that, Tony conversation with Tony Mobley has gotten so good, and it's all of this. And the fact of the matter is, it's the crowdsourcing. It's the fact that all of these individuals have come along and decided to help me make this conversation better. And because I'm focused on my guests and the audience, it's only because the crowdsourcing is there to make this all possible. So give yourselves a hand clap if you think that I'm doing a good job, because it's the community that's doing it. And I wanted to ask Hasmukh another question, and it occurred to me during your show today, and it was about the question I have is your wife an artist? And the reason why I ask you that, when you look at the food in which she prepares, it is, in fact, a work of art in just the way it looks. I can only imagine what it must be like to taste it. But everything that she has prepared and has demonstrated over these last months of cooking, there has to be some type of artistic talent there. So can you speak to that?
Yeah, I can most certainly say she's got a much larger and well-developed right side brain than I have. So she's always been inclined that way. I think it's the cooking with passion. It's like Todd playing music with passion, because he is really immersed in the need to deliver music that people can enjoy. So I think the parallel there is that Damyanti finds it extremely rewarding to cook and prepare meals that people can enjoy. And that's really how I met her, actually. She ate into my passion. I can really remember this must have been around 68, 67. And I was helping out their neighbor in a store. And she would bring a basket of meals for us because we were in the store all day. And like you said, it was all packaged. It wasn't just slapped on. And so whether it was a sandwich or whether it was a cooked meal, and there were always these accompanying condiments and accompanying accessories. So she's been doing it all her life, and I think it's just part of the DNA. But you're absolutely right. It does call upon your artistic kind of, that she's imbued with. And Nirali, my daughter, has inherited that part of the DNA. I support them technically.
It's amazing. It is.
I support them with my left side of my brain, which is the technical side of it. So yeah, it's very complementary.
Yeah, my wife says I've been cooking. My wife has never cooked since we've been married for 31 years, and I've done all the cooking. And one of the things that she says to me all the time is, "It's all in the presentation."
That's right.
And so I just want to tell you that the way in which she prepares it is just absolutely awesome. So thank you for sharing that with us and sharing her with the world. Thank you so much for that.
No, thank you.
Our next question is from Roscoe Jones again. And what is the best production tips you have received by watching each other's shows? And we'll go with Richard first.
I was hoping you wouldn't. It's interesting. We absorb a lot of different things from each other just by osmosis almost. So being with Todd's team, when Todd first kind of mentioned that about doing one of the kind of remote control kind of Belfast method sessions, I was kind of like, okay, well, let's take it slow and let's take it this way. And then Tulloch and Todd and the team just jumped into it and then pushed it like into the nines straight away. And I was both envious and I was jealous and awestruck by just their willingness to put as Mickey said to me yesterday, take a tank to the grocery store. He said it about something else, but I won't go into that. And I was because I'm naturally maybe a little bit more conservative with shows because I'm always worried about what's going to go wrong and what's going to fall down. And we all know that the nature of live streaming is inherently flawed in that the internet could go
Absolutely.
at any second. Hasmukh was saying today that the anxiousness of connecting everything wasn't with him today. That's because it was with me, and I was sitting and fretting in Belfast as we connected all the cooks together and kind of looking out for any problems. So the effort and the skill and the quality that both Todd's team, the Mad in the Kitchen team, they pushed me and taught me and challenged me to do the same with our work, both as a company and Accidental, but also the work that we do for office hours as well. I think it's been very exciting to be part of.
Todd?
I'll have to echo Richard with the osmosis comment. It's there's so many. There's just so many, and the most lovely thing about this is that we do it every week, or at this point every other week, right? We've kind of and as I began to follow Richard after having watched Mad in the Kitchen, and then Richard started to double down, and we started to talk, bit by bit by bit. I just grabbed all sorts of experience, but once again, from the team and learning from the team. At the very beginning, it looked different. When I started jumping in, it looked kind of different than it does now. And people started to get busier and it was kind of tricky pulling the team together at first. But as I did, I think the thing that really has stood out to me is the type of production required for really different shows. Like your show, Tony, is an interview show. That is what it is. And to watch it develop with all the framing around it, and even to be part of your show right now and have a screen to look at, which is so elegantly designed that it serves the panelist, boy, that is a production tip right there that I can take forward in the future if I ever choose to try to attempt an interview show. Wow, I've just learned all sorts of stuff about what that would require. The same with cooking together. You know, I grew up on Food Network. I loved it. But Hasmukh, your analogy and metaphor about making music, it is that, seeing four people cook on screen and benefit from each other's experience. It's quite awesome. So I don't know that I can do any better than that. Just really looking at the shows and how they've come into being and what they've worked with. I'm kind of envious of Richard's point tilt zoom, pan tilt zoom cameras. You know, now I want 3 of them for here. You know, so but I've learned to accept what we have.
Well, Santa might be kind.
Hasmukh.
Yeah, no, look, I as I said earlier, this was my first involvement in a crowdsourced production. So I learned a lot. And I also watched both Todd's show and Richard's show with different set of eyes, because, you know, you only appreciate something when you have a need for it. So I think that the folks like Aaron and Brian who were cutting the show, and the way they cut the show was completely different to the way I would do it, because they clearly have an eye for it and a level of expertise. So we need to acknowledge that. The other thing that I learned was the very clever combination of graphics with the show itself. So I have not used graphics for any of the cook-along shows thus far, and it made me think very seriously how that can add a panache, a kind of a impact for the audience. And I think Todd does that very well in his show, and the way Richard does it as well, and very much the lower thirds that come up when we speak in your show, Tony, and the way the manner in which it's cut. Probably Aaron is cutting it right now. I mean, they do fantastic jobs. So I've learned a great deal, and I echo. We learn from osmosis, but we also learn from diving really deep into it, and and I think we dive with a sense of security, because you have this community that holds you up, that you know that if you're in trouble, you can ping somebody on Discord, or you can shout on after hours. It's that sense of community that gives you the courage to continuously step up your game. So I learned a lot.
Yeah, I agree with everything that's already been said. So, you know, I can go to each one of you and talk about something that I've learned. And one of the things that I think is most important for me is that I've learned that when you think that you're working hard, you still can work a little bit harder. I think that is one of the things that I have gleaned from all 3 of you, that you're not satisfied with just doing well. You want to get better. You want to eliminate as many issues as possible. And so I thank you all for that. The next question is from Liberty White. And it is a Liberty White from Atlanta, Georgia. What is the hardest part about preparing for today, Super Saturday? What did you learn from it? I'm going to start with that one. So the hardest part for me was just sort of not being nervous about it. And the reason why I was nervous about it, because I knew that there were going to be great shows, and I was real nervous about, you know, being the cleanup hitter, so to speak, with all of these great shows, you know, that were going to be presented, and I didn't want to let you guys down. So that was one of the things that I was kind of stressing about a little bit. And the other thing was that I just knew I wanted more and more people to see these great shows that were going to be on today. And that was, I guess, the hardest part for me. And so we're going to go this time with Todd.
Right on. That was wonderful, Tony. This touches me a lot because this is, I don't know, maybe Aaron can tell me at some point. I forget how many shows we've done together now. It's not 27, I'll tell you that, Tony. But it's like this is our fourth or fifth maybe that we've done together, or maybe it's more. Anyway, there was absolutely nothing hard for me about preparing for today as Super Saturday. And the reason that is the case is because Jonas was managing the whole thing. Our team was the same as it was last time and excited about moving forward. I'll just for everybody, because we have these conversations inside the community of office hours a lot. We talk about having room for improvement conversations. And after our last stream, we sat down and Brian Shand, served as scribe for us. And we had this list of things that we wanted to do next. And we did them. And we did some of them and the ones that we could, but it was handled. Jonas had it handled. I saw all the stuff in the Discord going through and it was handled. So we did our normal show and it gelled today for us, I think, in a way that hadn't happened quite yet. We still had our up to show, things that we were struggling to make better. But when we got in there, it felt good, and it felt really easy today.
Hasmukh?
Yeah, this wasn't hard at all. I echo what Todd has just said. For me, this was extremely comfortable and easy, but I think it's all to do with the team and the prep work that goes before the show. And again, I need to acknowledge Richard, who initiated this concept of Super Saturday and brought all of us together. And I'm sure he's as surprised as I am that we pulled it off and that we all agreed to do the show in one Super Saturday. I think it's the channels of communications that we have put together, whether it's Discord, whether it's in after hours. And so the team, whether it was Mickey who did the audio checks with the Unity side of it, all of these, Brian spoke to me today and says, can you please switch your cameras? And so I just followed the instructions. There was nothing hard about it. Somebody told me what to do and I just did it. So really it wasn't hard at all. And what I learned from it, as I said earlier, I want more.
Richard?
It's really, really hard. It was a tricky day, but but only in the lead up to it, because we had absolute confidence that everyone would be able to, the show content would carry itself, absolutely no problem, as Todd said. It was that everyone was be so giving and kind and supportive of each other, no problem, no questions about that. What I think the most surprising thing is how well it went technically from the back end. Not to say that the content wasn't great, which it obviously was, but there wasn't a problem. We hit the show times spot on every time. That was one of our big questions. Could we actually end our shows on time and move into the next show perfectly in sync? And I'm pretty sure we nailed it. Jonas can tell me later on how off or not we are, or were at different points. But little things like that, technical wise, were big stressors that in the end, because Jonas and Mickey and Shirag and Guy and Dennis and all the master and control and the individual teams all put in a huge amount of time. beforehand to make sure it was thought through in each individual part, that really just helped the whole day go really smooth. And that's exactly what Hasmukh and Todd says, that it's that preparation. Preparation prevents poor performance. You know, it's an old saying, but it holds true. The most surprising thing is that how little went wrong, I think, because there's always going to be little things in different ways, little tweaks in the stream giving you problems one place, or kind of low res in the other. I think Dropbox on our end activated on a computer about 5 minutes before the show, the first cooking show, and completely destroyed the quality of every single Zoom ISO coming into the building. Little things like that just will happen, but people work through it as a team, because the team is incredibly supportive, incredibly good. And I suppose it's worth saying, this is our last one for the year. One of the reasons why we did it was a bit of a celebration, a bit of a challenge for us before we ended the year. But if there's anyone watching and wants to get involved next year, we'll be back.
Go ahead, Todd.
Yeah, I hate to come back around, but I didn't answer Liberty's ending part of her question, which I think is really such an important one. And I just forgot. What I learned, and I think that we learn every time that we go into this as our team, and this is just a little bit of transparency. In our particular project, there's so much breakage going on. We're we're really stretching stuff to try to do things that maybe shouldn't be done with 5 minutes notice or something like that. And we really, really take a lot of risks, and that's all good. And what kind of gets lost in the wash for us, because we're willing to do that, is that I think that some departments get kind of short shrift in the rehearsal time, right? Because we don't have all day like we used to when we had nothing to do but hang out at home. So even myself, I got this week, I wasn't able to be home here until late Thursday. So we worked really, really hard. And so what I learned from that is that time management, and just kind of having even more and more and more of a plan as we go forward, so that each department can be super satisfied in terms of what they get to rehearse and they get to do, and we get to put because everybody's flying real high and real fast. So that's what I learned from today's show.
And if I could say, just to sort of piggyback on what you just said, Todd, is one of the things that I learned is that I have to be organized and systematic about preparation for the show. Yeah. And the next question is from Roscoe Jones. Rather than the team crowdsourcing for production help, what are your thoughts on crowdfunding as a way to encourage niche or focused productions? And we're going to start with Hasmukh.
Wow, that's a tough one for me, because I think that we are blessed with having the capacity to have the infrastructure and the technical means to put on the show. So I think that as one begins to scale, and that's what we're finding in office hours as well, as you want to scale and move up the value chain, you find that it becomes necessary now to figure out how do you fund the next spurt of your growth. And most certainly, it's something that we've been thinking about, that Damyanti and I, we've been doing it for passion and for the enjoyment, and also putting all the toys I bought for this past year, putting them through their paces. But I do know that if we want to move up the game, then I have to figure out, and all of us have to figure out, how do we manage this? Because we have friends who help us now, all the folks that give us their time, give us the expertise. And if we had to put a monetary value to that, it's probably sizable. So it's something that may go on for a while, but medium long term, we have to find a way to sustain it at the next level.
Richard,
I think for us, Accidental as a company, the two main kind of business models within the live streaming side are membership and then one-off sales. And it's there's no one side that will drive financial income for us going forward. It's a mixture of the two. So you want to bring people through over a long period of time and build a membership. And that's what we're already aiming to do, and have started during the pandemic, a support network that gives you a steady and fixed income over a specific period of time. So that's your crowdsource. We don't do it per project. We do it as a membership over the company's time. So 1 year, a subscription model essentially. As much as there's so much competition out there with subscription models from Netflix and Disney, what we tend to offer is a subscription model to support the building, support the artists that the building support. But then at the same time, we invested that every show you can buy one single one-off ticket to it. So the idea is over time, you get the benefit of one-off sales, but also a slowly growing membership system that supports the larger infrastructure as it's built out. So I think crowdsourcing, depending how it's done, I think is incredibly important and increasingly important, especially as you reach a wider audience beyond your standard geographical location. So our idea is to build up, for a small building like ours, it doesn't have to be much. 100 people in each country. It could be, a hugely beneficial and massively different financial model for a small arts company than it would be than what we would have had pre-pandemic. The same for one artist is quite amazing. The idea that an artist can be supported by a large community across the world, I think is game changing as well. I think Todd can speak to that better than I can for artists individually. So I think crowdsourcing it's a future, but it's still going to be integrated with older financial models as well.
Thank you, Richard. Todd.
It's interesting. The only reason that I do this is because of these people and because of this practice and this community that we've done. If for some reason we were to snap our fingers and it was time to stream again, I would do it alone. I wouldn't try to crowdsource to find people to necessarily do it with me. What really is exciting is the possibility of the teamwork and the greater than the sum of its parts type of way of being inside this paradigm. As far as crowdfunding goes, I really like the idea of creating communities, the idea of bringing people together to learn together and actually and get it funded by their actually paying to be a part of it, because there are services to be rendered in terms of that. There are things that people around the world might really need, and they may not ever come across office hours, or they might not have time to be in office hours or whatever. And it's like, as a person with an educational portal, I would love to deliver courses to folks. And if that could then burgeon into something which was income generating so that I could, pay the team, that would be awesome. So that's kind of how I have to think about it as a musician and a composer who doesn't work in this domain primarily, but works in it as part of his work, but more part of his enjoyment. So I'd say that building communities, which then produce some sort of financial support, or going not for profit, or if you're going to go into education, these ways I think are really not only acceptable but probably really good to think about in the future.
And I would just add that my hope for conversation with Tony Mobley going forward is that I am able to create nonprofit status for the kinds of conversations that I want to continue to have, but also that the team that is working with me are able to maximize the skills that they are learning, and that this is also open to other people who want to learn what the Mobley process is and how it works. And if you come in and learn that, and you want to take that skill that you learned and take it to an opportunity for you to make an income from it, by all means, we encourage you to come and do that. And so let's go to our next question. The next question is from Kyle Hammond. Can we do it again next Saturday? But seriously, are there future collaboration between the shows planned? And we're going to start with Richard, since he was the architect of this whole event.
I think, has Kyle forgotten what next Saturday is? Yeah, we'll do a special Christmas episode. Todd, you're ready to go, aren't you?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I think there's almost certainly going to be further collaborations. What form that takes, we'll see what happens when we rest and debrief and room for improvement conversations out of this one. I would say we'll go back to individual shows for a while because everything's kind of moving and changing. But we're all collaborating already, I think, which is interesting. You know, I get to sit in on Todd's shows. You know, this is the first time we've worked with Hasmukh and Damyanti. You know, it's an evolving process, and what's interesting will be see what the next shows will be, what other community members will bring out, what will be the next evolutions, the things that Kyle's already doing and Sky and that grew out of Mad in the Kitchen. You know, how these are going to evolve over next year. It's going to be really exciting to see. So I would say there's most definitely going to be more collaborations. I don't think I can answer what it's going to be just yet. We'll see what the community wants.
Todd?
Yes, indeed. I mean, it's so much fun to just know that this Super Saturday thing that was Richard's idea. All of a sudden, there was a new Discord thread, and I was in it with Hasmukh for the first time. And, you know, although I've done your show, Tony, it's like we all knew that we were just going to be doing this together. My goodness, it totally changes the air. It just changes the air. So, yeah, it'd be great if we do this. It does take something. And I think it's a vision to have an afternoon sometimes where all the shows, Kyle, like everybody's shows that is working out of this paradigm, where we all kind of put them together. I think it's a great idea.
Fantastic. Hasmukh?
Yeah, no, look, when Richard brought up the concept initially, I think there was no hesitation on our side that, yeah, we're happy to participate. In some ways, halfway through, we said, okay, what have we let ourselves in for? We're building a set of expectations here, and can we deliver? But again, as I said, with the community's help and the support and Richard coordinating all the necessary background work, it helps. So I look forward to other collaborations. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, the next question is from Tlaloc Lopez Waterman. Todd, can you speak to the combination of two graphic artists and how that was for you? How was that for you?
Oh man. Oh, it was great. It was great. First of all, it was kind of unexpected. This is one of those things that is so wonderful about having a team that you trust. We really actually didn't talk about it too thoroughly, such that the plan was, you know, rock solid. And I like it better that way. I like happy accidents, and I like things to happen because people are being their full selves in the midst of working. And all of a sudden, this was Aaron's decision to actually work with Tlaloc's and Luke's images together. Now, as artists, I don't, you know, I had to check in with them both afterwards to say, hey, how'd you feel about that? How was it for me to work with it? To see my age-old friend, who I've worked with for so many years, make his beautiful art and see it kind of merge with Tlaloc's art, who I've only gotten to know over the past, you know, couple of months as we've been working together. I've fallen in love with him and it. And to see these people who barely have spoken 2 or 3 sentences to each other, not made any plans, but to see them together, see their images, their art on the same screen together, and then to have Aaron Husledge, who's calling the show and directing, making artistic choices based upon what he receives. How was it for me? It was delightful. It was glorious. It was exciting. It was over the top. And I can't wait to go back and watch it to see, more clearly what they did.
And I have to say that it was stunning, as all the shows were today. Visually, it was stunning. It was just an amazing day in terms of the quality. The next question is, you're speaking to the world. What do you want them to know? And we're going to start with Todd.
Hi, my name is Todd Reynolds. I'm a classical violinist gone horribly wrong. Please employ me. Thank you for laughing, Richard. I'm, I would say if this is, Tony, it's a beautiful philosophical question to actually lob over the net here, and I will say this based upon what we've been engaged with here. What I want the world to know is that every single person brings something incredibly creative to the process by virtue of being human, and every time you wade into the waters of making art, every time you wade into the waters of making conversation, every time you actually risk in public, which is something that musicians and artists have been doing since the beginning of time, you risk by actually putting a stake in the ground. It's always a positive thing that takes you forward, and I stand for that for every single person on earth.
Hasmukh?
Well, I think that what Damyanti has done is, and that's why her book is called Conscious Cuisine, is the ability to eat with awareness. And I think what she's been able to achieve is to create awareness that there are options. And I always say, I'm vegetarian, but I don't like the sight of vegetables. So the ability, as you said earlier, to craft a meal and to present it, and to also have the exquisite taste by mixing the various spices in her meals. So I think for her, it's the need to educate and let the world know that healthy eating is important, being close to nature is important, using the ingredients that are made locally is very important, and the flavorings of how you prepare a meal is integral to enjoying nourishment. And so for me, it's not so much as what I want to speak to the world about. I'm just the messenger for Damyanti because that's her passion. So thank you for that, Tony.
You're very welcome. Richard?
It's a hard thing to follow. Have you met Todd Reynolds? He's a classical violinist who's gone wrong. Please employ him. That's always a good one. I don't know. I don't know what the answer. Hello. Check out accidentaltheatre.co.uk. Shameless plug. Support us, watch our shows. I think with speaking to the kind of choir a little bit, if you're part of the office hours and you haven't yet got involved in one of these shows and you want to, please do, because there is always going to be more people we want to bring in and to get involved and have your mind brought into the shows. They will naturally grow to be more technical, but also more artistic over the next couple of years as they grow. And we want more and more people to contribute to that. So if you haven't seen Tony's show before, watch all the shows. If you haven't seen Office Hours, join the community. If you haven't seen Todd's show, go to his website, sign up, same with the conversations with Tony Mobley. If you haven't heard of Accidental Theatre, why would you? It's a small theatre in Belfast. Check us out. These are really interesting and diverse communities that are both building up in and around office hours, but also individually, and they have existed for a while. And support them, because there's a lot more interesting work out there. It's, as Roscoe's asking, niche work is now way more accessible to all of us than it ever was before. And the world is getting smaller. The only probably good thing to come out of the pandemic that isn't quite done yet with us is that we can connect with each other and connect much more readily and get involved in a way that we never thought of was possible before. I joined Pixel Core when it actually existed beforehand, and I couldn't get involved because I was here in the UK. And whenever I heard Alex talk about office hours and starting up, I thought, yes, this is now a way I can actually get involved. And then it grew from that into now me helping push things like Super Saturday and the Belfast Method, and support people who've done fantastic work like Sky and Kyle and Jim with Mad in the Kitchen and R of Happy, and as well as those who are doing fantastic work in the rest of the office hours community, like Last Week in Office Hours, as well as then Todd and Tony, your show, and Hasmukh. So it's a really exciting amount of diversity. So, don't wait, just get involved. Maybe that's a good thing to say to everyone.
Yeah, I think the last thing that I want to say on this particular question is that I think it's important for us to realize that in a lot of ways, the pandemic has been a very difficult thing for a lot of us. I have lost a lot of people that I knew personally through the pandemic. But one of the positive things has been that there has been an opportunity for people to engage with one another like never before, as already been stated. And I think it's important for us to understand, like Richard said, the world is so much smaller, and that we can, in fact, talk with each other and engage with each other and have good relationships. The last question, I believe. All right. And so we are done. We are done for today. There are no more questions. And so, guys, thank you so much for your time. This has been a long day, and I really, really appreciate your help today. This has been a wonderful experience, and I am so thankful to be here with you guys, and that you could all take time after this long day to be with me. And so I wanted to give special thanks to Kimberly Mobley, our global family and friends, Alex Lindsay and the office hour members, Cloud, Bedrock LLC, DVE Store, Liminal Entertainment Technologies, Byte Hive, VDO360.com, ApprovedForLoan.com, Mr. Ken Jordan, Elms Park, Jonas Tatel, Aaron Huslich, Cherok, Cheetah, David Brady, Marcus Lee Folk, Richard Lavery, Chris Fenwick, Manalo Lozano, Jeffrey Powers, Bryant Shan, Clark Lopez Waterman, Conversation with Tony Mobley, producer. Thank you all, panel, for doing the work. Conversation with Tony Mobley series will continue this coming Wednesday with Miss Liberty White for our conversations on children and media. Please come and find out more about how we can help children. Coming soon, more upcoming great conversations with interesting people, educators, mental health, filmmakers, musicians, other creators. We are interested in having great conversations. Thank you all so much. Take care. Good night. Thank you for being a part of Super Saturday. Take care, everyone. Good night.